Thanks, Meep Meep. I'm still getting set up, so it'll take a second here. How's it going, everyone? What's up, Moon Salad? Ooh. Oh, I gotta turn my airbrush on. Hang on. You can tell it's been a while. Been a while. Mostly because I haven't really had anything to paint. And I've been trying to get battle reports recorded and stuff for you guys. Put my headphones on. We got smooth jazz. So yeah. This is going to be the sword variant of the giant BIRBs. I made that home screen. That's actually a video I made using simple things in Premiere. Couple basic objects that move with an ease in, ease out function. And then the background is a basic texture video of snow falling, actually, that I overlaid on top of a yellow background. So yeah, sword variant. I know the new detachments that they've revealed are kind of meh. Well, okay. So the new detachments, the big issue with them is they could just go away. Like, honestly, they could be like, oh, that's cool, but then like 2 months from now they're like, yeah, we're not gonna keep them around, which sucks because there is a solo demon Tzeentch attachment. That's the reason I'm doing this. Well, part of the reason. But when I was thinking of getting this, I saw the detachment and I was like, oh, this all works because I have a demon's army now that is solo Tzeentch. I have 3 Lords of Change models, 2 that are Lords of Change, 1 that's a Kairos. I have 1 with a wand, now I have 1 with a sword for close range. I've got some demon princes, I've got a bunch of blue horrors, screamers, I've got a changeling, I've got all this stuff. So I want to paint this guy because of all that. Because I do think it's hilarious. I like the idea of 3 burbs walking across the field. No, yeah. It sounds like these might actually just be detachments that are in. But I don't know. Like, I kind of want to play the Tzeentch one because it's funny to me. And I know one of the people that I go to... Yeah. Well, one of the people I play with... which hand do I use? Oh, other hand. One of the people I play with recently got out of a tournament where he went up against a Death Guard using the Grotmist detachment. And that was at like a big tournament. So it's like, I guess they're viable. He lost to that one. Although... he lost to it, and he told me why he lost to it, and then I looked it up and told him he should have won it. Because one of the cards in Pariah Nexus doesn't say the second player scores at the end in the final turn, but there is an errata for the card that does say that. So I was like, dude, you won that one. He was like, oh, shit. I was like, yeah. Right, let me clean this brush. Specifically this, because I leave it in. I left it in by accident. I usually break it all down, but like that's pretty solid, which usually means I gotta grab this thing. The Tzeentch Demon one I'm just interested in personally because it sounds kind of cool. Cold snap locally today. Oh, nice. I do like Underworlds. Underworlds is fun. I've played 2 games so far. Mollog's Mob is who I want to try to play until I get the oh, there we go. Until I get the cards for Ephelons. Mollog's Mob is very hard to play though, because if your opponent ignores the rock and you charge with anything in Mollog's Mob, you're kind of stuck having charged with it. Super annoying. I think I picked the wrong card enhancement though for it, because I picked the cards for the Sentinels, the one where you're supposed to stay on points, and it has like some upgrades, and I think with Mollog's you need like Rushdown, because the whole point is to make Mollog really powerful and just to send him at people while your little guys do all the work. And then to just throw a rock as far into the enemy side as you possibly can. I need to figure out how the rock works, though, because it says on the list the only way the rock can die is if it's pushed, if it moves, or if it's, you know, slain. And I was like, wait, does that mean if I move it or push it, it dies? At which point, then it kind of works. I could have done different things, because I could have just pushed it and killed it so that I didn't lose my ability to continually attack. I mean, maybe. Maybe neat. Muscle stuff is fucking god-awful. There's a stair in this house that's, like, slightly too far down. Like, most stairs would be like that, right? and then like frickin' this stair is like this, and then the next one's back to normal. And so like I stepped down at once and I overextended my leg and I felt one of the muscles in my calf roll up like a freaking window shade. I was like, oh, like it hurts so bad. Alright, hopefully this works. And then we can actually get into the painting. It would be very good. Anyone have any 40K stuff on their Christmas lists? My 40K Christmas list is saving up money for Emperor's Children next year. That's what that is. All I want for Christmas is to prepare for next year's Christmas. This was on my my Secret Squig though. The local store that I have does Secret Squig every year. This was their biggest year. They had like twice the amount of people that signed up for it, and the average purchase of each person was twice what it usually is as well. This doesn't feel like a lot of pressure. Nice. You got a big enough photo booth for monsters? I had a photo booth. And then after a while, I just bought kind of a crossbar I can set up. It's just a bar, goes both to both angles with two little clips. I bought that, and then I bought matte black craft paper. That way I can just have a huge area that I can like take pictures of this easily. Because the photo booth I had, if I put this in it, the top of the wings were very close to like the top of the photo booth. So it made it look really weird. And I was like, and then I got the bigger stuff and I was like, oh, this is fine. This is freeform. This is good. What up, Robbie? All right, let's get started because the freaking priming is gonna take forever. Did you get a big photo booth though? Because I bought the small one, assuming I painted minis, and then I started painting a lot of monsters, and I was like, oh no. But there was a large one that was like $150, and I was like, oh geez. Maybe I had to have gotten that. What's up, Francois? Brutal and Cunning? It's interesting. I like some of the conversions I've seen come out of it, because I don't know if you guys have seen on the subreddit, there was a guy who posted, he posted that he did the ratlings as grots, so that the ogrins could be like mega knobs and stuff. So like cool conversions. Fun conversions, in my opinion. In terms of teams, I think they're okay. They're okay. They'll probably do well. I'm interested to see how the ratlings pan out, because I've seen a lot of people talk about how like, oh, I'll field all ogrins and bulgrins. And I'm thinking that's not a good idea. Like looking at them with 2 APL, and then it takes 2 APL to do anything mission-wise. I'm like, it might seem good on paper, but you have a 4+ save. Honestly, having a bunch of little dudes that no one can target, probably a lot better. Oh my god. Oh my god, the worst part of painting these guys, holding them. So this guy's probably going to be a little different from the rest of my burbs. The rest of my burbs are very, like, straightforward. Very flat, no real, like, special effects outside of my common demon one of using shifter paint underneath the top paints. So that, like, the recesses have a little bit of shifter in them. This guy, I want him to look like he's going in and out of the warp. Because, I mean, that's the whole demon thing, right? Like, they come in on a deep strike, and then they have the chance, you can, like, make them leave, usually, depending on which detachments and systems you're running. They can get put back into reserve and come back in somewhere else. So I thought he'd be cool looking like he's doing that. Even if necessarily Lords of Change aren't able to do that. If it's just the minions or whatever. This is one I built. This is a, I took a filter, like a house filter, and I taped it to the back of a standard, like, storage container. Sort of, yeah. I was thinking, like, that, along those lines. Like, the Alpha Legion, who are painted, like, different factions, but then they paint certain parts of them to look like it's a cloaking technology. Or, the Tau stealth suits and ghost keels and stuff that people paint like that. That's the idea. Is I'm gonna pick like sections that we're gonna tape off, and then I'm gonna hit it with like the regular colors. So there's gonna be areas that are like, this is energy and craziness, and then there'll be parts of him that are like an actual, this is a burb and he's coming at you kind of situation. Hang on. I really gotta turn down the moderation tools. Which one? The new one? This one? This isn't the first Lord of Change model version I've ever had. I had the one back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th that was made of pewter. It was half the size. And the big thing about it was it had like a peanut body. Right? So you see where the legs are right now? How they're there, right? So the way the original model was set, it had this like pot belly that came down into this rounded area here, and then it had like a rib cage kind of leaning forward in the same way. But it was more of like a peanut shape. Or like a lagoon shape, like a kidney bean or something. And then you had to glue the legs to the side of it. And you're probably looking at this guy going like, yeah, that's kind of the same thing here. And no. So the potbelly bottom was just this whole big teardrop. And then the legs had these little concave areas on the inside that had to glue to the side of the edge. And oh my god. Every tournament I ever took him to, every single one, I had to have glue on hand because I would open my box and the legs would be still glued to the base, and then the body would be somewhere else in the box. But yeah, this new model, oh, it's so good. To those who don't know, this is my 3rd one that I'm painting. We painted a Kairos. We already have that. We have the wand variant. So that's all cool. I like, oh god. I spilled a bunch of this, didn't I? It's probably when I filled too much. Yeah, this model I love. I feel like the Bloodthirster's, like, he's good, but he's also exactly what I expected. Like, there's really nothing about him where I'm like, wow, that's stunning what they did. He's a Bloodthirster. He does what he says on the tin. So, I mean, that's cool. It's like they didn't get him wrong. It's so easy to get something wrong and make the fans be like, I hate it. But the Bloodthirster is basically like, yeah, you did it. You got it right. You answered the riddle without any issues. Keeper of Secrets and the Slanesh ones? Oh. Oh, those look so good. They nailed the Slanesh stuff so hard. Like, they knew exactly what needed to be done with that stuff. They got the androgyny side of them right. They got, like, just the allure, but also the oddity. Like, it's so good. They got them so perfect. This is the only staff head I haven't used. No, yeah, you can get back in at your own pace. Kill team's usually a good way to start just because it's small scale and you can get in right away. Combat Patrol, though, is for the full tabletop a pretty decent way to get back in. We just did the Secret Squig Day, which is why I have this again. And that day, we were there, and like maybe 8 people we've never seen before showed up to the local club thing, the gathering, looking to learn. And they already bought stuff, and they even bought stuff while we were there. And I hung out with some of the people, the general common people that go there, teaching all day long to all these new people. It was awesome. So they're all getting into it as well. They're getting into some Combat Patrol, which is good. Yeah, we are drastically expanding our local little group. Yeah, burnout happens. It's the way we approach burnout is always important. Because like if you burn out, you burn out. You can back away for a bit. You can come back whenever. It's the people who burn out and abandon that becomes like, oh, that is a budgetary nightmare in my opinion. Like I burned out after 5th a little bit, but I held on to my stuff for as long as I could until storage space became an issue. And then like storage space, like I said, became an issue, and I was like, well, I gotta get rid of it because I'm burned out still. And then like 4 years later, I was like, I want to get back into it. Ah, crap. Like, there was a lot I had to repurchase, 100%. But like, I had 2 Defilers. I had so many of the old Dreadnoughts I could be running as Hellbrutes right now that looked really cool. I prefer the old Dreadnought look over the Hellbrute look, personally. I mean, that's just a personal preference. That's why I like the smaller stuff though. 40K is definitely a do you have a huge budget kind of game. Like I'm almost 40, I got no kids. I'm playing Warhammer. Like that's my approach. If I had kids, maybe Underworlds would be my limit. Because, like, $100 to get in. Both my kid and I could pay $40 to get a team, and we're just done. We're good to go. Technically better than Magic the Gathering for the sake of purchasing, because I'm not having to buy, like, tons of expensive cards or packs just to get in. Might have to get a Q-tip. The problem of air pressure is that the primer is drying on the tip to get out, so I need to like clean this whole section out. There we go. Oh yeah, no. Mental health, a lot of the times we point out the benefits from mental health of just collecting, painting, not even playing. But playing is part of it for some regions. I'm not going to say it's a universal thing. I'm never going to give people that impression that it's like a guarantee. Your local region is the kind that is enjoyable to go to and play in. Kind of find that out for yourself, but our region is very much like a nice blend. Well, the specific place I go, it's a nice blend between Sweat Hammer and Beer Hammer, because the sweats aren't universally sweaty. Like they know how the game's played, they know what to do, they know most of the rules and interactions, to the point where they're not that worried about needing to constantly sharpen that axe, right? Like they don't need to be constantly playing the meta players. They don't need to be constantly playing meta lists. They're completely fine seeing weird stuff and playing weird stuff, even testing a concept. You know, being like, oh, well, I've always wanted to see how this type of unit works. I've always wanted to see the benefits of Chaos Spawn. I've never used them, and not a lot of the people I play in tournaments have used them. So let me maybe check on some versatility options, because I think with this unit they could be really cool, like stuff like that. Oh no, yeah, Beer Hammer's great. And I kind of fit in that role with 40k. With Kill Team, I'm very much strategy minded. I'm trying to like pay attention to all possibilities and benefits. I'm trying to see like the incredible plays that have to occur at specific moments. And if they don't, then it's over for that whole concept, like kind of stuff. Like I look for that. That's my whole shebang. I'm kind of a Kill Team Sweat. Kind of. But then when I start playing 40k, it's like, I wonder how 100 Zangors will do. Like, it's not something no one does. Something that you will probably never see on a field in a tournament setting ever. I'm sitting there going, maybe that'll work. I'm probably gonna need some Demon Princes. Give some stealth out, some on foot. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be okay. And then I play around and I get like 40 points. And my opponent gets full score. And I'm like, yeah, it's fun. It's not good, but it's fun. And then we move on. We make a new list. We try to figure out how Helldrakes will play out if I have two of them at the same time. Have the benefit of Helldrakes. And then you make a video saying that Helldrakes aren't great. Neither are all aircraft, but you still use them. Still use them because they're hilarious. When your opponent sees them go 20 inches across the field and they're like, oh god. You should stare them dead in the eyes and you're like, yep. Oh god, that's too much primer. Smell? I'm gonna go with smell. If you open your wet palette and you smell mildew, sponges don't normally need to be changed that much in my opinion. You just keep them slightly wetted. You know, put them in the fridge sometimes. I have to prime the base because the texture paste I use really prefers primed surfaces to cling to. Yeah, like, it's a sponge. It's not going to lose its ability to retain moisture. The thing you're going to want to replace, like, you're going to want to replace the paper more often than you replace the sponge, in my opinion. Like, that's why most companies that sell wet palettes and stuff, that's why they'll sell, like, 2 sponges and then, like, 30 pieces of paper. Because you're supposed to get to the end of the paper, usually, if you're painting a lot, before you need a new sponge. Just want to make sure I got everything. There's so many angles and details. If you miss even a little bit of it, I can paint it on. The primer I use is very easy to paint on. There's a few models recently where I've used this primer to paint as like a base. I haven't even put it through the airbrush. I just put it in a little cup and I just paint the primer on the surface. But we do need to make sure it's fairly bright, fairly flat. Because I think the energy we're going to paint on him is going to be the first layer. I'm not going to do the energy second, I think. We might do the energy first, then cut the energy areas off with masking tape, and then paint him as a model in a more proper fashion. I think that's the goal. We might go a bit late today, because I do have my dinner already made, so I just gotta heat it up in a bowl. And I kind of want to get this guy done today, if I'm being honest. I'm really feeling it. I'm in the groove. We'll see. I might get depressed at like 3 o'clock when everyone leaves me on this on this stream. You guys all go home to your loved ones, and I realize how sad I am, and then I go offline, play some video games. I think he's pretty good though. I will say this about wet palettes. Small ones are cool and all, and I do have one. That's the one I use the most. But bang for your buck, if you go to an art store, you can find a big one. Like a properly big one. For like really cheap. Like I have one that's almost the size of like a quarter of this table. And the sponges, the paper, and the container all cost about as much as just the container from Army Painter of one that's like tiny. Now granted, it's unwieldy. That is an issue in my opinion. Because it would literally be sitting like over here on the entirety of the desk. Useful, but gotta think of your space. Primer dry a little bit. So we got to think of what we want to paint it as. This is actually pretty serious because the energy color needs to be different than the main palette. So we have to determine what we want the bird to be. And most of my birds are kind of blue in their own way. Kairos is pink and blue. My main one is a really light blue. The question is, do we want to continue that here? Do we want to keep this one blue? I mean, it's the Zinch color, maybe. But if that's the case, what do we want the energy to be? Well, see, that's the thing. So, the way I usually paint these guys is zenithal. Let me take the glove off. I'll go grab one, actually. I'll go grab my other Lord of Change. So, this is the usual. So I usually do purple at the end of the wings, and then that leads to a dark blue, and then eventually a turquoise, or like a teal. And if we make this guy kind of in the same vein, I think the warp would probably be, yeah, closer to a pink. I think, honestly, what we would do is I would paint, like, the edges a chartreuse, like that really bright yellow that I usually use in my fires, that before I hit with a green. And then once we do the chartreuse in the outer areas, like the legs, the end of the, maybe the legs and the wings, I think, bottom of the feet, wings, we would then go back in with pink. And then we would do the entire core in pink. And then that's when we would start thinking of taping off areas that would be like, this is where the energy is kind of situation. And then we would figure out the color of the interior wings, or the interior feathering, so that he looks physical in some areas, energy in others. That's the whole point. I think it could work. I think it could be pretty cool. At least that's my opinion. Because outside of that, we can pick a different color for the bird himself. Like, what if the feathers were jade? That could be a thing. It would give variance to the birds on the field, since even Kairos has some blue in him. He's pink as well, but... do I have a decent jade on hand? And if I do jade, chartreuse and pink I think still work. Or maybe pink to magenta and then jade. Jade color is the problem. I could do... this is problematic. Because I'm gonna have to multi-stage this. I don't... okay, so when you go into jades, you don't get a opaque color. That's the problem. That's why I like the blues that I have. Because... let me show you. The blues that we rock, like teal, you're not really seeing the dashes under it. This is a very opaque color. But most of the greens that I get for airbrush on the airbrush lines are kind of clear. Like you can see the dashes pretty easily. At least for me, I don't know. The camera's kind of a little shiny for you guys. Green gold. You basically see the black lines on it. So in order to do this, we would have to do the energy colors completely. I would need to get my Liquitex ink or golden high flow white, and we would have to hit the areas we want the feathers to actually have like a proper color on. Then we would go back in with like green gold or something, because this isn't, I don't think this is gold. I think this is just greenish yellow. We could then physically, what I could do is we could physically highlight, because I do actually have, I want to find it now. It's not fluorescent, and you can't run it through an airbrush because it usually has chemicals in it that aren't good. I can dry brush yellow green from the So Flat line on top of the green gold to give it highlight colors. Maybe we do that. Do we think a green bird is a good idea? A green bird with magenta and pink like energy from underneath? I think it could be pretty cool. No, yeah, dude, the 3D printed, a lot of the 3D printed models look fantastic. There's like a female version of Mortarion that looks incredible. The Rot Mommy. I think green could work for the... yeah, I think it could. So we would want to start with pink along the outer areas. The outermost spots we want the pink to be. And then we do the entire guy in magenta after the fact to give him like a gradient into a darker kind of feeling pink. And then we can test the green gold in a spot on him, because I don't think we need the opacity doesn't, I feel like, matter at that point if we're gonna dry brush the yellow green over top of it, because this should just darken the magenta. But we'll have to do that in a way where we tape the areas off of energy that we want. So we've got fluorescent magenta. Trying to find my fluorescent pink. Where's the pink? Actually, where is the pink? I'm pretty sure I didn't run out. Oh, there we are. I still think we need variation. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Main thing I need to do is get this airbrush prepped for this. Jesus. This thing's taking a beating. This brush is now 2 years old. My brush is now 2 years old. Happy birthday, brush. Sadly, brushes like this kind of brush that are super cheap don't really last that long. So I have been keeping it running, but it is certainly on its last leg. Let me go get a Q-tip and clean the main nozzle area out. Yeah. Gasket is just tightening up too much. The one that blocks the gravity feed from getting into the back components. It's like it's too crusty. Hopefully that's fine. We shouldn't need a lot of it, and Golden High Flow goes through this brush a lot easier than Primer does. So I do hope we are pretty okay here. Still thinking about it. I kind of want to hit it with chartreuse on the very edge. Is chartreuse a good idea though? We want to do like a fluorescent orange. Orange into pink isn't that bad. We're gonna tip with yellow orange. I want variance in the lighting. Because pink to magenta almost just feels like a lot of magenta. We don't need a lot of this, because we're not planning on using a ton. The goal is gonna be to apply it literally on the edge of his wings. Got it all. I'll probably edge highlight anyway. I need to turn down the contrast for you guys. Once you hit it with white, you really got to turn down the... There you go. Now you can see stuff again. Not being flash banged into oblivion. Other spots I think would be cool. Definitely end of the wings. Maybe edge of the feathers on the butt as well. Just like the tip right there. Maybe the tail. Do 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 do. decent bit of pink. Because I might try to zenithal the magenta. Zenithal it, that means the shadow layering is going to be mostly about the pink. Physical body needs to be covered in it. Things like the staff that I'm going to turn into the green and the energy and all that, don't really care that much about it. It's mostly his physical form that needs this energy. Dark Christmas BIRB. Oh, that's hope. Saying I have a chest burster inside of me. In the old 5th edition rules, I would have 100% agreed with you because you had to summon them by killing one of your own units. It was written into the lore that you could use units in rhinos to try to summon them as well, and if the unit inside the rhino managed to summon one, it would leave the rhino and then explode next to the rhino and turn into one of these. No, they just come in from reserve. Definitely better, because if you really needed one of these guys, like if you genuinely needed one to be spawned on the field for your army, and all of your chaff units that could turn into one didn't roll for it, and you were like, oh, and you're staring at like your best unit who could probably do a bunch of stuff on his own, and you're like, I really need this thing on the field now, though. I know magenta is just gonna push it a little bit away from pink. Do we try to lightly purple? A warrior? Wait, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make an Angels of Death Tyranid team? Because the warriors are basically Space Marine. Like, that's what they're supposed to kind of be like. Just better Space Marines. Outside of that, I don't know. If it's a melee Space Marine, maybe a Lictor. I feel like the warriors in Space Marine 2 were the same size as Space Marines, almost. Like they were maybe slightly bigger. They do get a bunch of different weapon options. So they are on larger bases. I wonder if you could like squat them down a little to be more close to the frickin' silhouette of a Space Marine, and then you could run 6 of them. You could just run 6 of them, give them basic guns, and just be like, yeah, these are my Space Marines. Personally, I would run them as what is it? Frickin'. I would run them as one of the Chaos Space Marine detachments, because those usually have fun weaponry that you could easily apply as like a Tyranid style weapon. Like imagine running them as Death Guard. You could have one of them have like a really cool big flamethrower-y looking weapon, and that would be your Plague Spewer. They have the flail guy you could easily do. Oh, dude. Chaos Dreadnoughts had a check that they needed to do for Rage. Every single turn. Every single turn. It wasn't like a one-off. It was every single turn they needed to do this. You would roll a d6. And one of two things would happen. It would either not shoot and then run in a beeline towards the nearest enemy. So, like, you had that benefit. This was, I think, in 5th when they introduced the run rule, which was you don't shoot, but you're able to move an extra d6. And then I think most units were, like, stuck at that point, but then there were some that had rules of, like, you could charge after running, which is now the advance and charge rule. Right? And then, so the Dreadnought would gain advance and charge if it rolled this. So it could run and then charge, and I think it attacked with, like, double whatever its melee profile was. Like, it was some huge buff. Or it wouldn't move. It would target the closest visible unit and fire its guns twice at that unit. So if you plasma cannoned and he was like backlining for your Chaos Army, you prayed to God you didn't roll the double shoot. Because taking 2 plasma cannon shots to your ass was never fun. Friggin' las cannon variant, just double las canning a nearby tank. They had some crazy rules back then. They've since reined it in because the crowd that's formed around 40k is a very competitive crowd. And the more random effects you put into a game that already causes like dice rolls to be a major element of the game itself, it's no bueno. People do not like it when that happens. Because imagine everything being down to whether or not your Dreadnought needs to either roll for charge or roll to be okay. And then he rolls double shoot, and then like your whole game's over. Like that's it. Your run at a tournament victory is gone. A lot of the RNG, of course, is still there. I've seen games where someone fails a charge roll and loses a tournament because they're not standing on the objective they need to stand on. And even they like roll, fail, re-roll, fail. Like that's how bad it is. So here's the thing. We either magenta this, which honestly, like I've been saying, magenta is only slightly darker than what you're looking at right now. If we want real variation, I think we do fluorescent purple instead. I think that's maybe the path we go, is possibly fluorescent purple. That way we can get some variant. We need to lightly dust it on the wings. I don't want it too heavy on the wings, but core body, I do think it needs to kind of be on there. It's going to be more of a core purple. Like the core is going to be inside of the wings, close in. Core body, but maybe the legs, it'll only end at like the kneecap and then maybe only slightly on the upper calf. I do miss the old rules though. Not like in a, oh, they should bring it back, why'd they get rid of it, it's so much flavor way, but like, just in general. Like, in my opinion, if they do for Crusades and like the more laid back, oh, what am I doing? Completely forgot to do this for you people. The paint fumes got me, man. But like for Crusades, I know Crusades have fun, weird things that occur, but like if Crusades could be that full tilt, like oh, you play this army, well here's all the extra rules all your units get that make them absolutely weird. It's like, oh, cool. Chaos Possessed, sometimes they attack themselves. All rolls of 1 need to be saved by your own unit. Your Space Marines seek glory. Roll this dice when you're planning on shooting if you're within 9 inches. If you roll a 4 or up, they don't shoot, and instead they prepare to charge. If they fail the charge is failed. +1 to charge roll. No, they were not well balanced. None of them were well balanced. They were pure flavor. Absolutely pure flavor. Okay, here we go. We're doing purple. We're doing purple. Zenithal near the core. lubricant. Try to put... brush. Certainly feels looser. It still sticks a little bit. Basically what's going to happen is once this guy's done, before Emperor's Children come out, we're going to buy another brush. That's like all I need to do at that point. I need a new airbrush, and then we buy Emperor's Children stuff. Because that one airbrush is going to do some work. And I cannot be tinkering with it as much as this one, because it takes so much time away. Try to be as zenithal as possible. Definitely purple in the core. Do a little bit of a zenithal overlap because again we do need to hit this thing with this green gold, which I need to verify is not actually gold. I don't want to paint this guy gold. Do a light gradient a little bit into the wings. Nothing crazy. Probably get hit a little bit. Into the first calf, but leave the second calf out. Bird, bird, bird. The bird's the word. Definitely a bit darker than it would have been with magenta, so that's good. I haven't streamed in a while. Streams don't do well, like viewership wise. We are what, an hour and 18 minutes in. I've had 53 people watch. I'm pretty sure part of it's, well, some of it's probably YouTube algorithm. The other part's probably when I stream. That's fine. I'm trying to work more on videos. We just finished recording a battle report between Harlequins and Corsairs yesterday, and I got to piece that together. I probably should be doing it right now, but I really want to paint this guy, and that's how my ADD works. I am stuck on wanting to paint this more so than doing something that will probably be a little bit more useful. Okay. So, fluorescent paint's pretty much done for this layer. Next step, not the green, technically. This is a pearlescent paint. I want to say the problem is this is iridescent, so I think I'm going to actually do an ink. The way my demons work, the way I try to paint most, if not all of my demons. Yeah, I'm trying to speed stuff up. That's the problem. My battle reports always took like 12 hours to put together after I recorded it. So like, yeah. So I've spent a good chunk of last week working on some assets that will speed the process up, as well as trying to think of a format that works better. Outside of that, I need to get... I have a bunch of like VFX for like gunshots and stuff, and a bunch of sound effects. And the idea is I'm going to preemptively make some of them a thing. That way, rather than having to piece it all together and change the colors and do all that I usually have to do every time, like, oh, this laser fired. Let me take this gunshot, rehue it over to blue. Let me, like, the sheer quantity of stuff I had to do to make it look good. If I can just preemptively do it in a way where I can just drag and drop it into future projects and just have it work, that'd be great. We could speed the whole process up heavily. I still plan on doing a little bit more than play on in terms of like showing you guys stuff. That's a big thing. It's not just about watching the battle report. It's about small teaching moments, talking about the strategy that occurred and why it was something that happened or why they waited. Because I've been at the store recently. I've been trying to play games with people. There's a new person who's playing Kill Team, and he talked to me about how like the way he learned was he watched battle reports, and most of the battle reports I see are just people being like, I'm shooting him, roll dice, it didn't work, U-turn. Like it's kind of just back and forth. They don't really talk heavily about the strategies going in. They don't talk about like the weird rules nuances, because the thing is I'm doing Harlequins, and there's some really interesting ideas that I bring up in the video about how certain mechanics work, rules is written. So here's the thing, right? Rending. Rending upgrades a normal hit to a crit, but it doesn't change the facing on the dice that you rolled. In my, like, that's how that's not supposed, it does, you're not supposed to just be like, all right, it's a 6 now. So if you had like a 4 and a 6, right? There was a moment in the game where I think a Corsair rolled 2 4s and a 6. And the weapon they had rending on it, so it upgraded one of the 4s to a 6, to a crit hit. But this was from ranged, I believe. Oh, did I do it in ranged? I gotta double check it now. It happened from a ranged attack. I'm pretty sure it happened from a ranged attack. I think it was like a pistol, like a shuriken pistol or something. So what ended up happening is I prismatic blurred it. I prismatic blurred using a 4, which is a successful save, against the 4s that the person rolled, which would have included the critical hit. Because the critical hit was still a 4, it was just considered critical from rending. Because the prismatic blur says it gets rid of successful hits of the same roll. Not successful crits, not successful normals, successful hits. that's how I interpreted it. And I do make sure to bring up, like, hey, this is how I interpreted it. It's an interesting concept. It could go the other way where people just decide it won't work. That's fine. But for the purpose of what you're watching here, I'm going with this interpretation because it's actually a really interesting interaction. Alright, where's my other pearlescent? Yeah! This is my good one for demons. Pearl Violet. Mega Banquet Bowl. Jesus. This guy's going in. Alright, we paint the body with a layer of Pearl Violet. It's not super noticeable all the time. You do need to like really look at it. But you guys can kind of see it on camera. It just gives it like a weird, almost a weird aura of like energy. Because now it's this odd violet that as you turn it changes color a little bit. So depending on what angle you view it from, it'll be a little bit different. So I love shifter paints. Pearl is like a really good controlled shifter. Because pearlescent does crazy things. Core of it is I need to try to get as much of this into the recesses as possible, because that's really where it matters. Because I always zenithal my demons for their color. Word. Now we need to give this a second to dry. I need to figure out my masking tape situation. I made a slow cooker chili pot, like a ground beef chili, kidney beans, that whole thing. It was the size of my head. It's actually bigger than my head. So I've been eating that for like 4 days now. It's so delicious. It's my favorite way to cook. Massive meal at the beginning of the week. And then just eat it as you go through the week. Which is good because I'm not really picky about eating the same thing more than once. So we could do this as a fade. So that, yeah, there's like two functions here. We could either do it as a fade from the pink, purple, and orange into like the physical form, or we could do it as a hard line, at which point once the hard line's done, we should be able to go back in with a brush and some white and then paint sort of a jagged electrical look along that line, and then paint like a color onto it that looks like an energy of some sort. Probably a chartreuse, probably an electric blue, one of those, to make it look like they're shifting into reality. Depends on the homebrew. We have a section for homebrew. Where is it? NPO ideas was one for NPOs, if that's what you're doing. I could do NPO and homebrew and make it like a unified chat for that kind of stuff. Rename. Edit channel. Homebrew. As well as other homebrew. It is now the homebrew channel, which is organized in the form of forum posts, which means it should be easier to find things there. There's now a homebrew channel. Ooh, photo box. What is this? Disable streamer mode. Oh, Moon Salad, if you're still in chat, one of the key things to do with that photo booth is play a lot with the contrast and everything, even when you take the raw photo. The touched up one looks good, but what I always have to do is I have to like up contrast and play with brightness to try to drop the background to as close to black as humanly possible, and then go from there. My bit rate. Wait, why is my bit rate so low? Settings. Output? Oh. Hang on. 68. Apply. Hopefully this doesn't crash my shit. Yeah, it takes a minute to get into like exactly what they need to look like. Once you zone it in though, and once you get it all working, pictures look so good. They look so good. I wonder if I have some floating around somewhere. Because I remember getting my new setup done, and then I wanted to take some really high quality pictures of my MVBs specifically. I don't know if I'll have pictures easily accessible. This was forever ago that I did that. Poggers. Oh, $9.99. Merry Christmas to you too, Steeljack. I feel like I'm zeroing in on where the backlight stuff. Ah, here we are. This one actually, I want to show it like looking alright. It was kind of hard to do with these because of their fluorescent look. Yeah. There you go. It's my MVB. You can kind of see where the edge of the photo booth is. Like, this is the problem. I started photographing monsters in it, and you have this like line coming down and going this way because he's too big. I also took pictures of Magnus in this thing. Magnus was ridiculous to capture pictures of. Like, you actually see. I already closed the frickin' thing. Supposedly, we're gonna have a narrative event at the store this year. Yeah, there's videos about how to do it because you do want to take the pictures in a certain way where certain elements are made sharper and brighter and have like more information with lighting, but also that contrast needs to be decently high. Like there's certain settings you have to hit to then edit after the fact to be able to push the black background completely away and then pull the entire model up to look like it's literally sitting in black. Like it's just floating in darkness. Not always easy to do. That's why I switched over to craft paper, because the photo booth I had like a plastic thing in it that reflected all the light that I was using, which was annoying to me. So the craft paper does a little bit better. I still need like better lighting or controllable lighting that's easily accessible. I do have good lighting. I just got to move it around. Okay. Still not sure exactly how we're going to do this. Still a puzzle to me. Take my glove off for it at least. I think a key thing here is going to be down to the idea of like sort of like a randomness. The outer part. But I do think what could be cool is to have like I love that I told it I wanted chill music. It's like, yo, Christmas beats. It's like, all right, fine. We're close. It's okay. Pretty sure my bitrate was set to 6K back before. I don't know why it changed to 2. A little concerning. Jack got any projects going? Doing anything fun? I'm actually kind of looking forward to this narrative event. Supposedly we're starting at like combat patrol level, and then stuff's gonna change as the game goes on. And I kind of want to do like a really weird list. I think it's gonna be like heavy and goal. Definitely gonna lean into Thousand Suns because I mean, there's no Zinch Demon Combat Patrol unless he goes Combat Patrol points level, which is what, like 500 or something. If it's like a points level thing and not just like pick a Combat Patrol and start there. If it's points level, I think I'm gonna go Demons. Honestly, if the detachment's still around, if they don't like get rid of it for no reason, I think I'm gonna go Demons. I think Demons play a little bit better into narrative, and I don't know if we have a ton of Demons players. The only Demons player other than, well, I haven't played a game of Demons, so I wouldn't consider myself a Demons player. But the only other person I know that has access to Demons who actually plays them only played Underworlds, and then when they did the rules shift for Underworlds, he got mad and stopped playing Underworlds. Which, understandable. I mean, he literally spent most of the last couple of years collecting every deck of cards possible for tournament play. He would go to tournaments and like he just He would watch podcasts. He did everything humanly possible. To like full tilt that game. And then they were like, oh, we're throwing it all out. And he was like, nah. That was not a good day for him. He was not a happy camper. New Stalker, the New Stalker game, just got the A-Life update. I stopped playing because it didn't feel like a Stalker game to me, and I was like, this is weird. And then they finally announced that A-Life was broken on launch. I was like, oh, now I get it. And then just before, like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, they were like, we fixed it. I was like, whoa. Oh yeah, you gotta get around that caffeine frickin'. That spike. I used to be that way. Back in college, I would drink so much fucking soda. So much soda. Yeah, I didn't want to. It's always kind of the issue when I like jump into games where I'm like, this should be enjoyable, and then I jump into it, and I get through the whole game, and I'm like, that wasn't enjoyable. They didn't do this. They completely laxed on this, and stuff that they said was going to be there wasn't there. Oh, sad. And then like a month later, they're like, hey, remember all that stuff we said was going to be in the game that wasn't there at first, and you guys kind of liked it, but like some of you were like, hey, where'd that stuff you promised us go? It's in there now. And I'm like, I don't want to go back and play it again. I already played it. So yeah, I straight up was just like, it's not in there, I'm not playing till it is. I do not want to ruin myself and my enjoyment of this game. I went from 2 liters of soda every single day for 4 years, diet or otherwise, to I drink only water now. And I gotta say, that transition of being like, man, I love soda, to, man, I should probably just be drinking water. That hit pretty hard. That was like sleeping for 12 hours pretty consistently and having headaches all the time until it eventually went away, which was pretty poggers. other spots. Maybe like on his neck or something. Honestly, his wings might be the best place to do it, and then cut it off there. That way it's kind of like he's floating in from the warp. I could leave his feet pink though. Like when we finish the airbrushing of his legs, if I leave his feet pink and then we do the sand underneath, I still have the coral and the pink mica powder that I can put around his feet so he's like walking in warp through the sands of the desert. That could be cool. Be down for that. Oh yeah, the yellow and blue. Good old yellow and blue. Eldar are an odd one to paint, I would definitely say. Like, I kind of like them at times because of that. Because they really are like... Every time I look at them, the standard Eldar, right? I always have that image of like a new car, right? With like a candy paint. That's always what I feel when I see Eldar, is that. Which is kind of counterintuitive to what they are, because I mean, they are ancient. Struggle. Yeah, one of the guys at our store who plays Eldar, I think the ones I remember him playing were blue and yellow, because like that was actually the faction he wanted to play from the Eldari, because it was mostly like I want to say Wraith stuff or something. But yeah, the question is, what do you do? Are you looking for more texture? Because if you have an airbrush, I've seen people do like really fun tiger striping with like a dryer cloth or a cheesecloth. Oh, tiger stripe frickin' Eldari. So cool. You could do like a purple and blue tiger stripe or something. Cosmic Panther or something. Like just some weird concept. The struggle is about picking the actual color scheme. Most assuredly. We go for it. Double check the green gold to make sure it is what I remember it being, just a color, not actually a gold metallic. I think it might actually be a gold metallic though. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, ooh. Here's the thing. I mean, making them all the same color can be cool, just because, like, visually and aesthetically speaking, it feels more interesting to have, like, an entire coherent army on one field. But, there is always an argument to be made about having hyper unique looking units in your army. Now, before you agree with that concept and go, oh yeah, I'll just paint them all individual, I want you to understand that if you are playing like are you playing, oh god, this is now super jammed up. Are you playing the Imperial Guard? Like a full Imperial Guard army, and you're planning on going Kriegsman, or is this like a Vet Garden or a Kriegsman kill team? Because the Kriegsman kill team, make them look cool. Yeah, I mean, if you're okay, make them look cool, in my opinion. There's not a lot of colors that the Stalkers wear. You get those like blue grays, those are a major one. Then of course you get like the browns and stuff like that. And occasionally you'll get hints of like maybe like an off yellow or something along those lines. Like they picked up some hazard wear from a corpse. Like that kind of feeling. So like making them fairly individual for kill team could be kind of cool. The trick is they all wear the same clothes, which is I think where the problem lies for individuality with that team. Like if some of them wore cloaks or the overcoats and some of them didn't, and some of them wore like different armor, I'd say maybe differently. Like if you were mixing and matching Krieg and like Kasserkin and stuff like that, or Krieg and Cadian, like if you had a blend of units on those bases that all looked very unique, I'd say go for it. Did you buy a box for them, or did you not yet? Are you planning still? Because I'd almost say look into Necromunda models that are close to that base size. And then supplement. Like if you already have it, I'd still say look into at least one box of Necromunda to supplement. That way you have the weird variation between people that can then look like all kinds of different stalkers. Ooh, 3D printing? Like all of them? Make sure the gear looks very different. But maybe try to figure out if you can make the guns look very similar. And then yeah, just paint them very custom. Paint them very custom. but always within dingy earth tones and stuff. Maybe with a couple accents here and there of peeling, like, brighter paint colors. Like I was saying. This doesn't look gold. This just looks like a dark green. Like, I don't see gold in it. Like the flaking that gold usually has. It doesn't have the glitter. Which means, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a transparent dark green. I think that could look cool. Because, yeah, Kill Team is a very individualist game. Make sure that... this is where the issue lies. Because that's great for Krieg. I mean, I guess if you're playing casual, it doesn't matter. But if you were trying to play competitive... Well, I mean, you can't with 3D print models. Necessarily. Because I'd almost try to find a way, if I was playing competitively with something like that unique looking, I would try to find a way to make the bases be swappable to the larger bases for Kasserkin, so I could continue playing with Kasserkin once the Krieg were pulled from competitive. But I mean, if you're playing casual, it probably doesn't matter. So this is the part of this whole thing that I'm actually kind of worried about. We definitely need to apply a little bit of control. Also leave the tape on for when we go to the dry brush stage. Are you looking at the cards for the team specifically? I can show you them. Because they don't... I don't feel like they do what the cards are any justice. And I mean, they're still, in value-wise, I consider them not to be worth it still. Necessarily, if you're just looking to play. But once I get this coat down, I can try and show you what the cards come with. Depends on the crackle medium and depends on how you apply it. Crackle paste, like I have, doesn't really show the undercolor. So what I usually do with my crackle paste, and so you're gonna want to experiment. That's a key thing. That's main thing I'm talking about. The main thing I'm bringing up here is you want to experiment before you like solidify any single outcome system at all. Right? What I do with my crackle paste is I paint the crackle paste to be the color I want for what's in the cracks, and then I dry brush over top with the color I want to be like the surface color. So golden crackle paste is basically like white primer. You can take it and then mix the pigment into the crackle paste to give it the color you want and then put it down, or you can just put it down as white, airbrush it over with the color you want it to be glowing, and then dry brush over top. Like it just depends on how your paste works. The one from Games Workshop, from what I understand, people have experimented with it for a bit, is it crackles enough just in general that you can easily do like the color underneath and then crackle paint, and the crackle paint will show the color from underneath. But if you use a different crackle paste, it might not fully crackle. So just pay attention. I think we might hit it with cobalt. I think we might do an airbrush layer of cobalt. That way the green... So we're going to try to dry brush the lime green over top, but if I do lime green everywhere, he's going to be way too bright. Whereas if we cobalt and then lime green specific places to brighten it, I think it'll be way better. So I'm going to get that down, let it dry. Then I will grab my Mandrake cards that I got for half price, because Games Workshop was like, yo, when are you gonna spend your gift card we sent you? I was like, what? They sent you a code for like an online $15 gift card. And I had nothing to spend it on. I was just like, huh. Well, I guess I'm maining mandrakes, so maybe I'll just buy the mandrakes. Okay, I think there is gold flaking in this. I don't know, it's like so transparent, it's weird. first off, they are tarot sized if you're looking to get protective stuff for them. And there's one thing in this container that I'm like, oh yeah, that's actually kind of worth it. At least for now, until they change the rules on some stuff. So, the cards themselves are designed to be like one side. If all you need is the one, they'll double side it. I believe if you have a ton of information, like that guy. They have the statting on the top regardless of what side you're looking at. So you've got all the units. You've got the information for what units you can take, which if you consider the printing errors they've had, some teams, probably doesn't matter. You probably don't want this. Because some teams are like, oh, we forgot to put this unit on the list. Or, yeah, you weren't supposed to have that many units. Like that kind of stuff. But then you go to faction rules, which they have each individual thing, each individual piece of equipment, which I kind of like the idea of, because once you pick it, you can have it on the field. So that way you're like, oh yeah, I have that. They have all your ploys, which this is a good thing, because you're only supposed to be able to use ploys once. You can put the strategic ploy you're currently using down in front of you so you don't forget that you're using it. Firefight ploys, same way. When you use them, you can flip it over and just be like, oh, it's done. They tell you what the tokens are. That doesn't matter. This. Universal equipment. It has the universal equipment on their own cards. Each individual piece of universal equipment. That way you don't need the book. That way you don't need to pull up the app. That way you don't need to go to the Warcom page and re-download it every single time. You can just see the universal equipment on cards. Again, if they change them, the problem with print, which I'm hoping they keep remembering and going like, maybe we shouldn't do this. Problem with print is, because they change the rules so consistently, those could be, next data slate, worthless. Normally what I do in a card situation like this, because Underworld's had this problem too. They had data slates that would change how characters worked and statting was and all that. What I would do is I would print the explicit part for the team specifically, or I guess in this case universal equipment as well, if that changes, which it has. I don't need to print it because mentally, like, you kind of know the fix and it's like easy enough. I think it made sure you couldn't put anything near an accessible point or something. Like, that's all it did. Unless Beta Decima, because everything's accessible in Beta Decima. Like, I would always just print the team rules that got changed, like the data slate, current data slate section, and then I would just throw it in the box. That way when I was playing Ephelims, I could be like, oh yeah. This changed. Alright, let me find my Cobalt. Cobalt Turquoise. And we'll work from Cobalt Turquoise to make them bright green in areas with a dry brush. So this should be the last of the airbrush for now. Cobalt Turquoise because I ran out of Cobalt Turquoise. The cards aren't necessary though. I do still wish that the app was put together better. Like whoever did the 40K app should probably take a crack at the Kill Team app. That way when you click on the team, it just pulls up like all the data cards and you can just click and it goes into the unit. That way I can actually get quickly to the unit that's currently doing something, as opposed to get to the PDF page, scroll to the PDF, flip the phone to the left to try to see it in horizontal view because you just remembered it's horizontal view. The moment you do that, it goes all the way back to page 1. Flip all the way back to it's so obnoxious. It's so stupidly obnoxious. I kind of hate it. Meanwhile, you go to play a 40K game and you see all the names of everything in your list and you just click it and it pulls it up. And if there's any special rules that you pre-save to your background so that you can double check something, it's all right there. Now we could teal some areas if we really wanted to. One more zenithal color before I get in there with the green then maybe. Maybe not, because I have a lighter turquoise color. Maybe that's what we go. Maybe that's what I'll zenithal a little bit with. Not teal. So I kind of want to keep it closer to green. And I feel like I could pull this color up. It's a Citadel color, although I think I might have an Army Painter version. It's going to need probably a little bit of thinner to be used. See if my Army Painter stuff has a color I'm thinking of using here before we do the green highlights. I think it's called a Wizard Orb. It's just a little brighter. Maybe we'll add some white to it. Like a little bit of white. Where my Liquitex white hiding? Or golden high flow white. So what we're gonna do here, where's my flow improver? Well, now we'll do thinner. A little bit. Wizard Orb. Actually, we'll do white first. Get the white at the bottom. New music. I don't often color mix, but when I do, we blend brands, which is not always a good thing. The trick to mixing colors in a cup, make sure nothing's nearby that the splash will annoy. Cover the tip. And bubble blend. Feels a little too bright. The white overpowered it a little bit. much better color. Still kind of thick though. There we go. Just to brighten up some spots. Couple highlighty areas. In particular on the wings. The model a little more depth. Poggers. There's so much paint in this cup because I had to mix it. That's why I hate mixing paint. If you get the initial mix wrong, you always have to add more of a color, and it makes the quantity of paint you're using a little too much. Just a little. Getting into the part of the day. We're going to be hand painting stuff. We do need to debate how much is going to be green versus maybe another color, because I do with my with most of my demons and stuff, I do use chartreuse and green as like the glowy bits. But if this guy is gonna be kind of this different, maybe he goes a different route. Maybe he gets like orange energy instead to try to stand out further. That could be fine. the little flame guys at his feet could be the chartreuse and green, just like the rest of my brimstones, but this one could be like, he could feel special, like among the army he stands out kind of situation. This airbrush might have just sprayed its last. It is not having a good time. If I need to use it anytime before getting a new brush. Let's turn it off. Clear the tank. Glove off. No, he's basically the same color as what I'm working on the surface. We have a lot of decisions to make because there's a trick with these lords of change. They have feather parts, and then they also have sort of like more fleshy bits, like the under part of his neck, the belly area, as well as like the ribs, technically the biceps. We have to kind of determine what we want to do with the rendering overall. Get us to yellow green. We might be able to wet palette the yellow green down a little bit. Good. Oh, I need to not put that on this table. Yeah, over here. My vortex mixtured you all in the ears. I'm sorry. Could multi-layer it to get to the yellow green. We just need to get a good mid-green, or we could just go straight for the yellow green. New people in the Discord. See, like, even though my sponge has, like, staining and stuff on it, I still use it. It's still fairly moist, too. I don't want to re-moisten, though. It's always so weird when chat just goes like dead quiet. I'm like, oh god, you guys want to leave? Oh no, I think chat froze. It is not letting me refresh. Still alive, right? I'm pretty sure I'm still alive. I just think my dashboard froze completely. Let me refresh it. Thanks, Arch. YouTube is just basically down, so let me Jesus, you've all been talking too. Hang on. Frickin' YouTube crashing on me. I need to use a different chat system. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll back to where I last remember seeing something. Hell, for Crackle. I love Geller. So I stopped at Geller. Pox are useless. We'll go from there. Jesus Christ. What is the BIRB? This is a AOS Disciples of Zinch / 40k Chaos Demons Lord of Change. Vallejo liquid one, I'll print some scrap pieces, spare bits. I'm assuming natural hairbrushes are no-go with Crackle Medium. Yeah, you don't want to do that with Crackle Medium. You want to just get some shitty big brush or something to just push it around and apply it. Ploys are once per battle. Ploys, okay, yes. In Kill Team, Strategic, and, well, no, wait, what? Wait. Ploys are once per battle. Some ploys are, what are we talking about? Kill Team app is just a PDF reader. Yep. Friend's wife uses Canva and makes us all front and back team pages. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if that's what you do. It's perfectly fine. You don't need the cards. The cards aren't necessary. I don't know why Games Workshop printed them. I mean, I know why. They wanted to try it out. But honestly, it's just as easy making a front and back 8.5 by 11 page that you can just take with you places. Issue with Pro Acryl thinning too much. Wet palette after a few minutes. Depends on which Pro Acryl you're using. Oh, wait. Kind of. I remember using the white. And when I put it on a surface for a wet palette, it was fine for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, it was, like, not fine. Ooh, that would suck. No, yeah. You have to heavy clean your airbrush if you're going to do lacquer. My airbrush is basically dead, though. It's having so much problems. I'm going to need to super deep clean it to fix it, at which point... Like, this is the last model that I really need to paint. Unless I get more kill teams, which, I don't know. Maybe. We've got so many to go over from the early series that I'm not that pressed to get like the new ones. There we go. So I think this super matte will be thinned enough on the wet palette that it might not suck. Back in, chat. I see you people. Hopefully. Hopefully it didn't freeze again. Which would be wild. We get in there. And again, we leave the tape on for this. I might need to adjust the camera. I want to work on them over here. These, no, but to my understanding, the best thing you can do if you're trying to properly mask is to put the masking paint or the masking tape on and then go over the edge with the color that's below, and that seals it. The problem is when that color is a gradient, there's an issue. see how it goes, because the trick is I'm going to be painting over the edge anyway. We're going to be hitting the edge with a white. That way we do maybe one last hit from the airbrush of like a blue or something to make it look like it's actually kind of energizing into like the warp and stuff. Be like shorters or something. Mostly war games at this point. I was into Magic. There was a summer my friends and I spent where the thing we would do. Okay, I don't suggest doing this because it's kind of a dick thing to do, but we did it. Whatever. There was a card game store local to my one friend's house, and we would go there. We would buy an entire box of whatever the current or even like one behind season was for Magic the Gathering. I might make his neck fleshy colored, like demony fleshy colored. We would buy the whole box, we would go home, we would draft. And when we were done drafting, we would organize all the cards into like junk and rares and stuff, and we would get like, we would make it easy to look at for the person at the store. We would then go back to the store and we would trade them in for store credit. And the way it was working at the time, because Magic was starting to explode around then, was that a single box of Magic cards would always have like 2 or 3 cards in it that netted us enough store credit to buy another box. So that's what we were doing for like a whole summer. We would just draft out of a single or 2 boxes maybe at a time. And then we would be like, that was fun. And then we would trade all the cards in and get another box and draft again. That's how we spent a bit of a summer. It was super fun. When we were kids, we played Magic heavily. Like, we always had a couple Magic decks based on whatever we could get our hands on. It wasn't like serious. We weren't trying to build for like metas or anything. We would just get our hands on stuff. Like, I would buy Magic the Gathering decks from like farmers markets, right? I'd go to a farmer's market and there'd be a table there that would be like, hey, $10 and you can take 100 cards out of this Magic the Gathering box that he had. I'd do it. Why did the music stop? Oh, there we go. keep putting it back. I don't know why. Maybe I should zoom out a little bit, maybe. Looking alright. Figure out what his flesh bits are gonna look like. I didn't give him the shoulder pad armor. Like, there's a couple pieces of extra stuff that I didn't throw on him. Oh yeah, I went to a convention, a gaming convention, with the editing I do for like day jobby stuff. And one of the people we went with decided he was going to try to fund some of his purchases by selling some of his like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And he turned them in, and he wasn't really thinking about like modern values. He knew they were like good cards to trade in, but he just didn't know what the current values were. And he let them kind of take a crack at them, you know, grade them, do whatever they needed to do to figure it out. He walked around for a bit and then went back like later on in the day expecting like maybe $100 or something, and they gave him like $800 for the cards. He was like, whoa, okay, sweet. So like he didn't have to spend any of his own money technically for that whole weekend. He just got to have fun. Starting to think that there's a chance that people are holding off at the local store commissioning me to do stuff for them till like Emperor's Children come out. They might try to play the trade game where they trade a lot of the crap they have in with some people to get Emperor's Children parts, and then they might just come to me and be like, yo, can you paint me something? I'll give you Emperor's Children. The issue is I'm very much a I see it, I buy it person. So as the Emperor Children drop, there's a good chance I'm going to own most of the collection, like right away. And then they're going to come to me and be like, hey, do you want to purchase? And I'll be like, no, I already have it. And they'll be like, damn it. Flesh tone that. Way to hold it, but I kind of want to show you guys what I'm doing here. I started doing Pokemon cards because I was like, maybe I should get back into it, because I knew a bunch of people who were really into the collecting side of the game, but like I want to play the game. But the more I saw like Pokemon cards in general, the more it felt like the only reason to get them was collecting. Like, there's almost not even tournaments near here anymore for it. It's just about what Pokemon cards do you have? Can you fund your child tuition off of your Pokemon cards, and that's kind of about it. Nobody else is really interested in like the gaming side of Pokemon in the local area. It's so weird to me. As a person who likes the joy of the competition, seeing people be all about like, I just want to collect, it's like, oh man. I know how I feel about that. So beyond this green, I have something called Electric Lime. It's from the Army Painter 2.0 Fanatic or whatever. I think we're gonna super highlight with that. Really pushed my Jade Bird all the way to Jade. Oh, dude, I play on mobile. I'm playing the pocket trading card game. Like, I'm not doing the thing where you're using the app and you type in the code and all that. I'm playing the Pokemon trading card app. I don't do it often because, you know, we got shit to do. Pieces over here, a little bit on the bottom. No, yeah, there's deck building strategies. Like my Marowak EX deck is based on the assumption that the core rule of the game is you will always have to start the game with one of your basic Pokemon in hand. So the best way to possibly get a Cubone and a Marowak out is the only other Pokemon I have in that deck is Kabutops. Because the artifacts are considered, I think, training tools. They're like potions. So you cannot start the game with the fossil in your hand for your Kabutops, which means you can only start the game with Cubone. Which is kind of a surefire way to always make sure you've got a Cubone so that you can get a Marowak. Because I have both basic Marowaks and Marowak EX as an option for him to turn into. Just in case. Yeah, Arcanine Rapidash Blaine. I have one of those as one of my 50. I wish they had more decks. Because I love deck building. I mean, that's kind of the meta I really enjoy about stuff like that. Is being like, oh, I wonder if this works. But yeah, Blaine Rushdown is good. I personally prefer rolling or flipping coins to see if I win. And Marowak EX is technically a chance at, I want to say, turn 3, or no, turn 4 or beyond, 160 damage. I just remember everyone playing that Mewtwo deck, the Mewtwo EX deck, for like the longest time in the competitive side of that game, where you're trying to like go up the ladder. And I loved getting in against them, and then turn 4, just Sabrinaing their Mewtwo EX out, or just it's out because I mean they're trying to get their Gardevoir up, and just being like, let me flip some coins. 160 damage. Dead. No, yeah. When you design a deck around needing to go second while simultaneously needing specific cards in your hands, it gets rough. Because if you don't have a Blaine on hand, like, you might kill some stuff, but not everything. I mean, I'm the one flipping coins, so. It's not like I'm saying what I do is better. No, I know the Misty Dex. The Misty Dex is 3 coins, mine's 2. It is a really strong one. Either version, the Starmie Misty or the Lapras Misty. It's really strong though. Because I mean they use it in like the learning mode, like the challenge mode. They have that exact deck in challenge mode, and I usually go into it. The moment I get into it, they'll be like, here's Lapras EX, here's the Misty, she gets 6, and I'm like, oh god, it's over. I just click concede and I try again. Because, like, you can't... No deck in the game beats that. Like... Turn 1, Lapras EX down. 6 energy. You're like, alright, cool. Next. Next, please. My favorite's when turn 2 goes by. You get turn 2, and then turn 3 hits. And then the Starmie gets upgraded to the Starmie EX, and then Misty plays in and just gets all the energy. You're like, well, that's it. That's game. It's over. But the new stuff that came out, the new characters and everything, super interested in them. There's so many characters with really interesting abilities. That Vaporeon ability in a water deck to just move the energy around however you want. Holy crap, that sounds fun. That should be really cool. And that's just a tier 2 level up. It's a great backliner. like the quick setup personally, because it feels almost like 40k versus Kill Team. It's like the skirmish tier to have like such a small deck and have to build around it. It's more designed in the standard cell phone gaming concept of, can you play a full game in a single poop? I mean, that's the magical number. Can you achieve a full experience in the course of a single poop? I need to look at some pictures. Like the pocket version, from once it starts, you probably get like good 4 minutes. You'll know exactly if you're winning or losing to the point where you could concede. Lord of Change. I want to see what people do about the fleshy bits in some of the areas. Because I kind of want to do it a little differently. There's a lot of fleshy components. I do really like their iconic white belly. I really do. It is really iconic to just have them have a white belly. I don't know. At this point, most of how I look at what I'm doing, I always look at it from the approach of, do I have the time? I don't know if I could add, like, on top of everything else I'm doing, friggin' all the different game formats, Underworlds, AOS, 40K, Kill Team, like, it just gets to that point of, like, question right now, though. How do we get to the white belly? Probably won't be completely white, although maybe I'll hit a couple spots with pure white just for the highlight effect. We do have an off gray, which is good, but I don't know if I like that. Maybe we start with a rust gray. Build up a rust gray over top of the turquoise that's there. White belly. Maybe a lavender. It's a green. Going into green, I feel like rust gray might be a little bit better just because it is on the blue spectrum. Pretty close neighbor. We've got a lot more to do. We're just nailing the basic bits. Barely getting into it. Rust gray was a good idea. Rust gray is very close to the turquoise we used. So it pulls it a little bit more towards the gray. Keeps it looking nice. We hit the neck with it because the neck is going to get a little bit of white. big important part to me. Some of it cobalt. I like the cobalt and turquoise combo a little bit. One of my favorite things about 40K being like kind of more than I think what some people expect. I have a feeling that with my entire army looking exactly the same for demons, with like how generally they look, with green energy and stuff like that, the fact that this guy is gonna look like this with like bright orange energy, people might psychologically passively target him first, even if that's not the good idea. Like, there's this weird level in tactics games where like psychology could play in that I don't know if people talk about enough. Because I'm basically painting this guy to be like, look at me, I'm over here. Alright, let's try to pull him up to a white belly. I want to see it before we get into the green highlighting. I seem to have moved my gray. Palette. This for highlighting that gold later. I explicitly left this gray in this top area on my rack so that I wouldn't lose it. Now it's not up here, which means I stupidly picked it up with the rest of my regular paints. Put it into the regular paint section, which So I don't remember if the lid color for the Fanatic line was different. Ari Painter, Fanatic. No, it's all white lids. Crap. I just gotta find that red banner. Oh, dude, I put a lot more effort into my Shadow Seer. Because I did gradients on my Shadow Seer. I did wet blend gradients, to be particular. Like, I would just I took the two colors I wanted, which was usually orange yellow or magenta or pink. And you pick a section, like one of the hanging fabric. And you would just start on one end with like the magenta, and then you would start on the other end with the yellow until you got to the middle, and then you would kind of go back and forth to blend it. And I did that for all his components. And then I painted some checkerboarding on him, and he was the only one I did that to. We're gonna need to get his base started soon. Found it. Oh, dude, it's so good. I didn't do it for like the players, like the standard players. The way I did players was I made sure all their outfits had inner lining that was like a specific color. Like one of them would have an inner lined orange overcoat, and then the outer was like the Leviathan blue black. So it had like blue highlights as a black, which was really cool. And that was my look. The Shadow Seer was the only one who was just crazy looking with colors and blends and everything. The Death Jester actually lined up with how the rest of the team looked, with the blue-black overcoat area and then like the colored under inner lining. I love this as an off-gray color. So good. But yeah, my Shadow Seer got all the attention out of that squad. Because I looked at the box, the like unit box, and he looked way cooler in general than almost anyone else on that team. So I was just like, all right, let me focus a little bit on him. Kind of panned out. of a bat rep. Full highlight them into white, but a little bit here and there is a good option. I might finish him in one go, but if I apply the texture paste a little too late, I'm gonna have to do texture paste and stuff related to it a little bit later. There's a good chance we're getting him done in one go on stream, because I'm not really doing much else today. I do really want to paint the Zeech white belly. White belly. Mini whips. Ooh. Nice. Purple and turquoise and blues. Always good. Yeah, now they look like they're just floating in black. Which is the way to go. Roll over to white, I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff in white because we gotta get most of the staff in white. We're gonna have to get these guys hit in white. I think sword blade at least in white. could always do the classic Aldari bass thing that everyone seems to want to do with them, which is Lotus pedals. Those are like pink red. Which would be counterpoint to the blues you've got down, the blues and purples. Nice. Let's do the lime green, I think. Let's get some lime green on. Get this hand. I'm gonna white it up though. A little bit gray in here. Which also means, because I don't have it up here, it's got to be down here with the rest of the stuff. Found it. Vivid Volt. It's like a lime. It's a lot further away, or at least slightly further away from where my super matte is. It can be used pretty easily as a highlight. We're going to try to focus it mostly on the feathers, I think. Specifically near the top. I originally bought this because I wanted it to be sort of like an assistive to making like energy weapons. Haven't really used it that much though. Yeah, specifically feathered components. Get the Vivid Volt. Let's go. This is down. We're gonna get the tape off so we can see what we're working with. I want to hit a couple more spots a little lightly over here. It's like Christmas is coming early. Whoa. Oh, you tried. I saw you do it. Thinking I want to try to like get my razor blade and like pull it up that way, but dear God, if I scratch the paint. Fluorescent magenta over white. Currently, this isn't that. This is pink. We didn't use magenta. We opted out because magenta is just slightly darker pink. So we did pink, and then I actually took a purple, and we lightly went over it, which does pull the pink into the magenta range. I think we might have to just physically paint the warping on and not use an airbrush, because my airbrush is gonna like kill it. We might just need to like get maybe like my fluorescent red so flat and just go around the whole outside or something. There's more tape. Word. No. Let it dry and we'll think about it. We'll continue work on the white though. Because we got white to do, we have to start doing the gold components. Yeah, magenta tint is cool. I like the idea of like magenta shaders and stuff. We need to not overdose this. Can always put too much white down. Want the gray to kind of breathe a bit. I have not dipped into the Turbo Dork line personally. I've seen it a few times, but like if you were here and you saw what was sitting to my left, the sheer quantity of paints, you too would probably decide to never buy more paints. Like the only paints I've bought recently are paints to refill paints I've used up, like the So Flat Cobalt, stuff like that. I 100% ran out of that. Like, I know Turbo Dork's supposed to be a really good brand, and it has one of those great prestiges to it, because they were kind of that group, kind of like Pro Acryl, of we want to paint stuff, but we kind of hate how some of the paints feel and act, so we're gonna try to fix that, and they did. And that's always a cool way to start. All right, let's do this right. So the staff, because it's going to be yellow, orange, into probably just orange or magenta, needs to be based entirely white. Once the orange is down, we hit the gemstoning with silver and then turn them into actual gemstones floating in fire. But in order to do that, the entirety of this thing needs to be properly white. I feel like at this point, if I'm going to get new paints, it's going to be because I go to someone else's house or experience a paint workshop and somebody's like, yo, check this paint out. And I try it and my immediate thought is, that's a billion times better than any of the paints I use for that specific color. Because, like, I liked Pro Acryl White for what we're doing here. I would probably buy it again because I did run out recently. But the thing about So Flat White is I feel like I can get it to a point where I can blend it, like, way easier than I could with Pro Acryl. Because, like, Pro Acryl I tried to blend, but it did the thing where you're trying to, like, dry brush the white onto the surface, and literally the edge of the dry brush is just like a solid, flat white line, which is so perfect for blocking, but not as great for doing, like, weird blends. Whereas with this, the So Flat, I can kind of dip in and out of extremely solid or potentially blended. I can get either. Again, it's not as good at blocking as Pro Acryl White, but you're still able to do it if you need to. And it has that benefit of not being very chalky like most white paints. Oh, chalky white paint. When my friend and I used Corax White on some stuff that he had, we both kind of like saw the result and immediately started watching YouTube videos to find a better white to use. We were like, dude, no. No, we're not using Corax White on anything. That stuff was like frickin' gouache. It was so chalky. Fire guys down here to prep them. My little brims. My little brimstones. Oh, yeah, but that that person does have problems, right? Like, the reality is, Krieg shouldn't be S tier. Krieg should just be competitive. Like, that's it. Doesn't need to be S tier. They need to pull a lot of the teams closer together. They don't need to make like one team super strong. Honestly, with how good the warp Kevin's doing, it's like, man, that's my team. But I would prefer it if, like, the victories they were getting were close, not like shutouts. I mean, the way my local group works is the interest grows and wanes for, like, things that aren't 40K. But like I've said before, the biggest thing in this area is 40K tournaments. And they are some of the biggest. Not only that, but a lot of the people who play in this area are ranked in, like, top 10 of the world. So, like, this is the 40K zone. That's where I live. 40K land. Full scale, 2K points, oceans of sweats, and a bunch of people who are trying to play beer. Frickin' beer hammer. In an odd and crazy blend that no one would have expected to work. I want to prep the bone. Did I do bone on? No, I did the black talon stuff. The only bone really on these guys ended up being this thing on his knee. I think this one goes gold. I'm going to prep the bone areas. That's why playing by intent is so important. There does... Where is it? No, where's my Titan buff? There it is. No, that's not Titan buff. There does come a moment though when people are arguing super hard about like, nah, you can't get to that wall, and I don't agree that you can get around that corner at that distance. Usually the best thing to do is to just look the person across from you dead in the eyes and go, hey, you win. I'll tell everyone you know that you won. You can, post on your Facebook page that you won. But at some point here, do you want to actually play a game? There's my Titan buff. Titan buff. This is pretty much almost exclusively for the beak. I have to make some of my chili soon. Let's keep going with this. Because there is kind of a level to it, right? Of people will say like, no, you don't have the distance to do that. No, I'm too far away. No, like they'll say it because they don't want the result to like occur. But that's why it's always good doing the whole like play by intent function. Because if someone measures to where they can go and be like, oh, I can shoot your guy from there, and if their plan is to not have any of your units get within range to counterattack that action, and you do have units that can, the result always becomes like, oh no, you can't move that far. Oh no, there's no way, because my plan was that you couldn't do that. And it's like, well, your plan was wrong, my guy. I don't know what else to tell you. You did not ask if I had anything I could do to retaliate or shoot after the fact, and then you did it anyway, and I do. It becomes more of a conversationalism thing, though. Like, conversation, the focus of conversation in 40K is, like, paramount. Being able to actually ask the right questions, know what to say at the right moment. It's a bit difficult. Good communication between players will drastically improve the feeling of games people have. Ask the person who runs the store. That's the big thing. Like, if there's a local group, like a local store, usually the person managing the store pays attention to the people that play. A lot of the times they will pay attention enough to know when certain people who are playing might need to be told to like tone it down or not come back. Because if it's a worthwhile enough store, the people running it and managing it recognize that keeping a pretty healthy, like, positive player base is a good way to get new people into a game. Because if the only people in your store are sweats, you get kind of like really shitty interactions. I've talked about how when we were all getting into AOS, one of the people who was getting into it from my like local group went to one of the side stores that we have in the area that we were like, maybe they'll have some cool stuff that other stores don't have. And they did. They had a ton of Ozark Bone Reaper stuff. A ton of it. So we went there and started grabbing a bunch of it because he was like, we're going to be playing. I kind of want at least one army. So at any point in time, if we're like, hey, event, or who wants to go to a tournament with me, he could be like, I am here. Let's do it. So, and he wanted to play Ozark Bone Reapers because he liked the idea of them. He was grabbing the boxes off the shelves, and one of the people in the story was literally said out loud, oh good, yeah, grab all that stuff because that's a shit team and no one wants to play them. Like, alright, if you own that store, that human being, high % chance, just lost you a massive sale. Like, barring the person grabbing it being at least intelligent enough in the like world of 40K and Games Workshop and all that, to know that at any point in time balances will shift and change. So assuming that a team is bad at one moment and thinking they're going to be bad forever is like not the way to go usually. But like that guy against a person who walked in and is starting to learn AOS and has like a ton of money to spare and is like, oh man, I can't wait to play AOS, and is about to drop like a ton of money on a whole ass army, and some dude just like walks out of the aisle and is like, that army's shit, ha. It's like, A, that person's now like, maybe I don't play here. B, that person's like, well, if this army's bad, why am I getting it? And it's the only army I like, maybe I don't want to play AOS. And it's just a downward spiral. It's a massive downward spiral. So like, to a degree, people that run stores, they try to keep those people away because it ruins business. It ruins the local community. But at the very least, maybe the person running the store near you pays attention to that local community, and even though they let some people stay, maybe it's that situation of, hey man, I'm trying to learn to play, or I'm trying to get into some games, and I know you have a local group. What can you tell me about them? Is there someone who maybe I should avoid playing at first because they're not like the best to play against in terms of like user experience or player experience? Is there someone who's gonna literally like mock me the whole time I'm playing, complain about everything? Like, is there someone that if I show up and they're like, I'll play you, should I be like, because sometimes they'll hook you up. They'll hook you up with someone. They'll be like, oh yeah, play this person. Maybe they'll know someone else who's pretty new and is just getting into it. You guys can play against each other. Lost that income. Try not to do that. It's one of the biggest problems I have with my local store, like my store that's like 2 minutes from here. They don't really sell a lot of Games Workshop stuff. They're starting to like not really order as much as they used to either. And I remember the guy talking to me about like, oh yeah, people don't really buy it that much. And I'm like, you guys don't run games for it. You guys don't have a thriving community. And he's like, we've got a group that paints. And I was like, it's a group of only friends that paint. They don't really buy from you. They're like super jaded about a lot of the stuff, to the point where they mostly only buy from like eBay bulk sales. And like, they're not looking to spend a lot of money. You've attracted exactly who you don't want to play. There was a guy who did that in my local group. I showed up to play Kill Team one day, like way back when I first was starting out, and with unprompted, he just yelled across the store when we were playing. He was like, "Old Kill Team was better." And I just remember looking at him and being like, cool. And then just going back to my game. And you could almost see like the disappointment in his eyes that I didn't like immediately agree or anything. And I was just like, yeah. And then ever since then, he just didn't really get into it. And even more recently, he started to play the newest version. He just bought the starter set. He's acclimating more as an adjusted human being. So he has a spine here, and I've been debating what to do about it. I think we might paint it gold, honestly. So he works there and he's like a horrible human being? That sucks. That sucks. If you have a local Discord, I would probably, do the thing where you don't go in when that person's there. Or maybe even just find better times or places to go. If that's not the manager, I would 100% be like, hey man. I'd try to find like the head of that company and just be like, just so you know, one of your employees basically just like during games walks around and mocks people playing the game, and like we're just trying to have fun, and he's like shit on us. Because like I can guarantee you, if that guy's not the owner of the store, like whoever it is gonna be like, please stop talking to the people playing board games. You're a piece of shit, and they don't like you. Like genuinely. No one that owns the store is going to want to hear that their community that's built and buys stuff and goes there and gets other people to look into it and then buy stuff is going to leave because of one guy. Yeah, he doesn't have to fire him. He doesn't have to fire him. Just tells him to stop. Doesn't have to fire him at all. Can just be like, look, dude, don't. just don't. These guys pay your paycheck. You don't walk around telling them they're horrible. Like, we've kicked people. There was actually a kid that got kicked out of the store and told not to come back until he's able to actually, like, communicate with other human beings. Because he had one of those, like, victory at all cost mindsets, to the point where during a game, if he felt like he was losing, he would, like, either make up rules or try and get you as his opponent to do something that isn't part of the rules to, like, make him. Oh, you know, it'd be fun if for this turn alone I could reroll whatever. And it's like, what are you talking about, dude? He would pick up he would pick up the stuff on the field, like the objectives and things, and he would move them around. Like, he would try to nudge them closer to his side and stuff like that. It was crazy, man. So freaking crazy. Have you guys tried the non-engagement approach? I know it doesn't always work, because there are people who it makes them go more aggro. But just being like, if he comes by, he's like, oh, that's shit. You just don't even act like he's there. You just ghost him in person. In-person ghosting, always wild. As long as you guys can keep playing. I mean, it always sucks with that person. I mean, we technically at our store do have that a little bit. We manage. It's not often or common that those people show up, but it does happen. So it's the same concept as people who download like cheats and aimbots and then play first-person shooter games. There is a tendency tendency in some human beings to feel elated in those situations, I guess is the way to put it. I'm surprised that that's not like a fireable offense. I mean, he's working in customer service while simultaneously being terrible at customer service. That feels like if I was still working at like the retail stores I used to work at, if I was walking around just mocking people, I'd be fired. Same day. 100% I'd be fired. I watched people get fired from one of the retail jobs I worked because they had a gun pulled on them in the parking lot, and the company didn't want the liability of that person like being like, oh, I was afraid for my life, so they just fired him. Like, I've seen some shit, man. Making customer cry definitely feels like fireable offense. Genuinely, this feels more like this person owes someone, or this is like one of those family members that can't get a job anywhere. And maybe someone helped this guy out a little bit and is like, hey, my son sucks. You think you could give him a job real quick? Dude, I'm liking him. I'm liking him. I still got to figure out what to do with the effect of the warp on his wings. Still not 100% on that. Maybe we do like a sponging white effect around the outside. I do have a sponge. Let's try to get some of this gold down. The gold. peach without the opulence. I mean, that's, yeah. And if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to, like, talk shit back, it's fine. Shouldn't have to. I don't know. At some point, if it's like, well, this is how it is, I'll be like, cool. And then I'll go in on them. If you don't want to do that. Definitely a thing. At some point. Paint gold. This is the metallics I tend to use. I usually try to use a speed paint metallic because the way speed paint metallics work is it's pretty much just a contrast paint with glitter in it. That's the easiest way to describe it. It's contrast paint with glitter. So sometimes it's like a really nice brown or something for the contrast, and then you just have gold glitter in it. So it's kind of like a one coat, but then you also tend to want to do, like with any contrast or speed paint, in my opinion, you always want to get back in there with like a highlight. Just pull it somewhere. Sort of. It is, I do prefer Vallejo metals in like a lot of situations. Like this is the one I use pretty much all my gold. But that's only if I'm like doing gold over a pre-existing color. That's good for it. It's definitely my favorite of the golds that I've had. As a tried and true Thousand Suns player, gold is what you're gonna use, like, all the time. I've tried a few, tried to look at some. Some get too orange, some get a little out there. Man, Vallejo gold has been pretty efficient. and looking like a really good gold. That's why I'm planning on using it to highlight this, because this is like a good base. But if I want to multi-tone it, Vallejo gold it is. Yeah, you probably have to block it out completely afterwards. You need to fix it. You just gotta get like a really good, super opaque flat thing to put over top of it. I want to play more games. I need to get out some more. I need to get out to tournaments again. The few that I went to this year were super fun. Most likely, unless there's some underworld stuff or kill teams that come forward where I'm like super ecstatic about getting them. So let's face it, before the EC come out, they might drop a EC focused kill team for one of the new boxes. Oh, thank you, Arch. Gold components. Try to get some of the fabric. Still super bummed that sushi burrito place near me is closing. I'm gonna miss it. At the end of the day, people at the store start commissioning me for work. I have a buddy who's thinking of getting back in 40K, and he's like, oh, if I could find time to paint or anything like that. I told him, I was like, or you could just pay me to paint for you. And he was like, oh shit. Because he's been seeing how I've been painting all my stuff, and he's like, yo, this is so crazy. Who knows? Out of nowhere, we might, I might be painting like a whole orc or maybe Tyrannid or something army for you guys. I'm like, dude, I would probably go nuts on a Tyrannid army. In my opinion, though, I would personally want to paint Votann. If my friend was like, yo, I looked into Votann and I want to play Votann, I'd be like, yes! Here's what you do. You're gonna buy me so many skulls and I'm gonna turn them all into space ghosts. Paint all their armors to be extremely pristine looking, and then we're gonna coat them in grease and grime. I almost bought the Seraphon Underworlds team. I kind of wanted to paint Lizardmen. I haven't painted Lizardmen yet. They're supposed to be fun to paint. The Corsair kill team has animal scale cloaks, and painting those was actually kind of fun. Like, it was so easy, and they look so good. Actually, I might have to edit tonight. I don't know if we'll be able to get all the way done. He's going to be super close to done, but he's probably not going to be all the way done tonight. Especially because I need to do the crackle paste and all that. Get that all prepped. Maybe means we do a Christmas Eve stream. I don't know. We're getting wild over here. But yeah, this came from Secret Squig, which, if you don't know, if you have a Games Workshop store near you, maybe someone else will do this, I don't know. They do an event where you are supposed to fill out a form of all the models you are interested in. At least one of them has to, I believe, be like 45 bucks, I think. That way people who don't really have a lot but also want to join in can buy a cheaper model that fits their budget so they can still take part, which is nice. I took part in that. And this was one of the things on my list. I had some crazy stuff that I was certain I wasn't going to get. But it was one of those situations where if I went in and it was like there, I'd be like, what the hell? Like, I can never pronounce it. I always have to look at the word. I think it's called the Porifon. It's a knight. And it is wild. Like, it is super expensive. It was like $700, I think, or 800 bucks. It has two really big cannons on its sides, and then it has a part on its back that can open up and has a missile rack under it. Of course, the idea from my perspective was I would actually look into getting like a radio-controlled piston system so that I could make that bay open and close at will. But I mean, there was no way I was getting that from Secret Squig. But this guy was on there. Blue Horrors were on there. So I bought someone some cool stuff, and someone bought me my third and final, as far as I can tell, Lord of Change. No, yeah, I'm definitely putting speakers somewhere. If I can find an array of speakers, like if I can find a bunch of speakers that all sync to a single point, and then I can, have that go out from my phone, I want there to be at least a small handful of speakers on the field. Worst case scenario, you pick that one centerpiece tank, and that's the one with your speakers. Because, yeah, why not? But like, dude, I think pinnacle and peak of tech would be if you could figure out how to wirelessly hook up a bunch of speakers and lights to a single sound reactive system. That way, this is kind of inspired by Christmas in general. That way you can get the experience of like the Christmas lighthouses where it's bound to sound, so they kind of like play out what's playing in the form of like a little light show. I think that could be pretty awesome, in my humble opinion. Just cuts into like a death metal riff. All your what are they, cacophonies? Whatever like specialty units over there just starts like blaring its lights all over the place. I think it could be cool. Well, there's got to be a way to tie it into a single source that almost manages the light show, not just sound reaction, but like you can set things to it to be like, all right, once this happens at this frequency, the purple light comes on and does this, like the wild stuff. Get a tank with like a small vaporizer in it, so you can turn it on, and it's one of those systems where it puts out just enough vapor to like cover the field, right, in the general area, and then you can have like those laser light grid things to go on underneath it. There's so much. There's so much I want to do with that army. Be wild for like transports if you press a button and like a theme song plays and the door opens on it, and then that's when the vapor stuff comes out and all the lights. And it's just like a friggin' intro song. What's up, Philadelphia? That would probably get me to buy a Land Raider, no problem. The thing is, there is a store near here of RC car nerds. There's a guy there that likes Warhammer, and he's been trying to get the store to get into it for like a while. He's trying to create a community there, but like it's not happening. All the people that go there to buy stuff are mostly there to just buy paints. They don't get like discounts on anything at all, and there's nowhere to play there at all. Like, he tried to do it in the old location, then they moved, now they don't have room. So like, there's no way. There's almost no way that place becomes a thing, and that sucks because it was a great area. But I could probably go there and talk to him and be like, yo, what servos? What things do you think I need to achieve this with a Land Raider? One of the people at my local store converted one into a disco stage. It has a disco ball on it. It's great. Yeah, you do something like putting Lucius inside like a Land Raider, and whenever he comes out, that's when you press a button and like half your units start freaking vaporizing all over the place. Lights going off, theme music kicks in. You put Lucius on the field. You call Doom Rider in from reserve or something. Be great. Kill switch engage comes on. This is my curse. That's one of the things I would look into. 3D printable like speakers to just put on anything. You know there's got to be one designed to fit a Bluetooth headphone in that can go on like someone's base, and you just have to drill a hole in the bottom where it is. pop a speaker in or out. The corn kicks in. Falling away from me. Maybe just have Twist playing on repeat. We're talking about resonance speakers. I've seen resonance speakers before. I think they are best when applied to glass. I took a sculpture class once, and we were supposed to make fun sculptures, like out of weird stuff that people don't expect. So we got some resonant speakers, and we're trying to figure out some cool stuff to do with them. I can get a big metal tray, fill it with like marbles, put the resonant speaker on top of it. Phone call. Secret level, I've only watched the Space Marine episode, the Pac-Man episode, because that was kind of awesome. And that was really it. I didn't really care after that point. Like, it's Love, Death, and Robots, but shorter. So... I don't know. I wasn't really drawn to wanting to watch it again, because with Love, Death, and Robots, you're watching concepts, right? The reason why I love the Pac-Man episode so much was because it was a concept. It wasn't just, this is Pac-Man. It was like, we're taking Pac-Man and doing something crazy with it. Double check something. Yep. But if you're just like, yeah, we're just going to do video game stuff, and it's going to be about the video games, and maybe like it's going to be designed almost like an origin story, or that just doesn't interest me. It's like that with that, as well as things like superhero movies. Like, if I have to watch someone's origin in a superhero movie of a superhero I know, I don't care enough to watch that movie. Like, I'm very disinterested in watching that movie for a hero I know the origin of. To be like, hey, we're gonna tell you about the origin. It's like, what? like a lot of people bring up the idea that the animated series stuff is always like way better than movies. It's literally because the animated series is assuming you're watching it because you know the character. Like, they're like, that's why this person's here. They know the character. So in the instance of movies where they're like, we're going to do the origin story, and people would be like, oh, they're doing, that movie's not for you if you're not looking for the origin story. And it's like, yeah, I agree. That's why I didn't watch it. Warhammer episode was good. It's still very like surface level when it comes to Warhammer. It needs to be, in my opinion, that they really shouldn't get too crazy with some of the more public stuff with Warhammer. Because there's always that like downside to being like, yo, we're gonna show you some completely batshit crazy 40k stuff. At which point people will be like, what did I just watch? And then they lose that connection. Showing the demon, though, was a pretty good step in terms of getting to a point where maybe you're about to, like, show some people some crazy stuff. Because, like, the Lord of Change in the series, or the game, only did so much. I mean, he kind of did some cool stuff. But it wasn't, like, outlandish. It wasn't mind-blowing. But then to show the demon and kind of how that works, being like way different than what you would expect as like a person who's never been into like eldritch horror concepts, which a lot of 40k is basically just eldritch horror with people in power armor. Like, people could more easily get behind the idea of, like, bugs from space. Like, that kind of thing. But then to be like, yo, Mad Max stuff, and everyone's like, yep, we're still in. And then to be like, and this is what a demon does. That had to be a little shocking for some people. But it's not as bad as, like, having to explain to someone how orc magic, in quotes, works. Yeah, pretty much. Bricky's pretty much right about that. Like, you do need to... You need to just do like the super soldier, because it's a video game thing, right? Like, that's what people want. They want to feel like a super powerful being capable of doing crazy stuff that not everyone can do, and that's what Space Marines are. It's basically their definition. Human beings that are able to do crazy things. Let's not talk about how there's a chance that Space Marines are based on technology of infusing demons into humans. Let's not talk about the possibility that Primarchs all have little bits of demon princes in them. Potentially, no one's too sure. Let's not go down that road. Let's not go down the dark road of like, wait, how does this work? That was the thing. That was where I looked at it and I was like, they tried. I think they went Tzeentch because, of course, the video game, which it's, this is the mission he was supposed to go on after the video game was over, I think is what people said. There's an element where they have to keep going with Tzeentch, but I feel like the artists that were working on it realized how much cooler a lot of the stuff from Slaanesh was, and they were just like, who'll know? Let's just do that, because it's cool. And it is. It's freaking cool as hell. Slaanesh monsters look awesome. Because I feel like if it was, like, it had an ability that they showed off that was very close to, like, how Thousand Suns or Tzeentch would work. Getting into your head, using your thoughts against you. But I mean, I feel like that's like a general demon thing. Do a blend of crackle and coarse pumice. So we can get some fun texture going. Yeah, all they had to do was give him like feathers or something. Granted, he did look a lot like an AOS Tzeentch demon. I think that's probably where a lot of like the oddity comes into place. Like, he felt like Ephelum. He felt like a, God, what are they called? They're like the really big, they're kind of like mortals, but people mostly use, they're demons, but they're used mostly in like mortal builds. They have the Silver Tower function. I'm trying to remember what the hell they're called. I have one. Technically, I have two, because I also have Ephelum. They kind of felt like that. A little bit. But, like, normally with Tzeentch demons and stuff, you'll get things like the Changeling, where you won't see its face. Which, that would have been cool. They fought a Changeling. Because it's the same thing, right? Like, he pulls his mask off, you go mad. is the trick with the big guys. You can phone it in a little bit, but for me, when I see little details like eyeballs and arms, I'm sure as hell going to be painting those. Absolutely, I have more plans for more Kill Team guides. I'm trying to get back on the train of battle reports, though, because people really enjoy those. But we did Corsairs. I've really been holding off doing the Legionary, because I've been waiting for a data slate. I want to see if they drop a data slate before I really get into that. But let's see, we did Commandos, we did Krieg, we did Corsairs, we did Plague Marines, but Plague Marines technically is a later release. I just wanted to do them because I had them. What else was Season 1? Phobos. We'd probably do Phobos. See, that's the thing. I have to hold off on Phobos. I have to hold off on Legionary. I don't have Blooded. What else came out Season 1? Warhammer is, like, it can achieve good things in live action, but most of what Warhammer sets out to do is create an atmosphere that people can look at and be like, oh, that's really cool. Which, yeah, that's what you want. And you get that easier out of animation. You have to jump through a lot of hoops to make it work in live action. Sort of. That's why I'm trying to speed things up. The B-roll is mostly of what happens between rounds, like when I'm talking about things that occurred. I don't want to go the route of who are they? Oh, I follow them. Mountainside? I think it's it's Mountainside Gaming, right? Because they do basically B-roll for every action they do. And then they have that whole setup when they're done around where it sort of plays back every action taken in sort of like a mini animation. Awesome, but I'm not being paid enough by YouTube or my viewership to really warrant being like, you know what? I'll definitely spend the next 8 hours animating some stuff. So I gotta find ways to show people stuff while simultaneously not needing like a ton of B-roll and everything, which is kind of my goal. Give you guys access to learning experiences, teaching moments, concepts, all of that, without needing to spend like 40 hours making a video. Super important. So the way I have it set up actually right now is I record it with OBS here specifically on this table. Camera's top down, and I have it set so that my little stream deck, I can press a button and record either the top down view or the dice cam view. I can record either. Single push of a button. So the sequence based on date stamps is the sequence of play of every major action. The issue I had before when I recorded battle reports is I would record the whole battle report. So there would be hours of nothing happening, and yet I still have to kind of talk about stuff. And I'd have to find where the actual actions and functions occurred. In this, I have a microphone, I'm playing, and as I'm doing the things, I'm like, all right, I'm using this ploy, blah, blah, blah. Like, we get everything timestamped and how it should exactly work. So, fingers crossed that it's going to be faster. Because I want to get you guys some decent battle reports. Battle reports were where it was at to get, like, more viewership for me. It felt like doing rules overviews and team overviews is great. It's something I want to keep doing because I think it's helpful. But there's a whole cross-section of people who think that they're going to learn the game by just watching a battle report or two, so that's what they look for. And I would like them to see mine and then come in and be like, oh, he also talks about the rules. That'd be awesome. So good. Absolute poggers. Alright, let's get these guys painted green, and then I might actually put the paste on the base. That way we can hopefully have it dry a bit while I'm trying to finish them out. Yeah, like, well, the guy I played recently at the store, when I played him, he talked to me. He was like, yeah, I watch battle reports to learn. And he made every mistake I assumed he was going to make. A lot of reactionary playing, a lot of not thinking of, like, what the best move in the moment's going to be. Like, I played him with my mandrakes, and I ripped his army in half. I ripped his team in half. Like, I probably should have picked, like, an absolutely random team, but in my head, I'm trying to actually 100% figure out how to play mandrakes so I can play them in tournament settings, so I need to put time in on them and, like, get their rules down so I can just start, you know, knowing, like, oh, yeah, this is 4 attacks on 3s, and just roll it without even really looking. Knowing what the damage lines are, all that. Just speed up play. I had my Plague Marines on me, but I didn't want to hit him with that. He was playing commandos. I just locked him down in the corner. He couldn't leave without immediately dying. He took a couple of my units out, but, like, the trades I gave him was a trade I keep giving everyone, which I don't want to keep doing. That's still something I have to figure out. I keep letting my two-handed sword guy die. Like, I send him in on fights where he shouldn't go in. And it's super annoying, because he's so good. He's so useful in that army. He's like a key player, and I keep just giving him to people to kill. I think what could be cool is if eventually my battle reports do get to a place where, like, I can almost just let the whole entire battle run, and we're talking so consistently about plays and abilities that, like, even in its rawest form, like, the whole video can just be used. But the problem is there are channels I watch where the way they get around the timing issue is that they just play and they don't actually, like, try to change it up or do anything, I guess, to make it look more accessible to people. They just play and talk, like, slowly. And then there'll be, like, 10 minutes where they don't say a word while they're trying to figure out what to do. And, like, who's watching that? That's crazy to me that someone would sit down and just watch dead silence for a while as someone's like, maybe I go this way. Alright, we're gonna do the fabric. I think. I really can't do the texture paste while I'm painting. My hand would keep pushing it places. purple on the fabric. It's the only color that kind of stands out from the colors I've been using. We're starting at a bright point for it though. I might have to go back in with darker purple. Tone it out, but I'm trying to basically use the already existing tones and colors to push it in different directions, make it look good. It's always a struggle. We already have one battle report in the pipe. Hopefully it works out. I think it'll be okay. Still trying to figure out how to make the wings look cool. I know we're gonna solve it. Just not there yet. We've still got some more details to kick through before getting into the wings truly matters, though. Oh, it's 6:24. I haven't eaten since 11. Let me get this, doing some contrast over metal. Some of these components. So this will be, the video I'm putting out is the second recording, because I recorded it once. Literally I finished recording it, and I was just kind of like hanging out, looking at the rules of the Corsairs and the Quins again, like I was just looking through them. And that was when I remembered that the Corsairs can, if they do the dash ploy, they can only dash there. They won't be allowed to dash during their activation. and there was a play that I made involving a unit that dashed forward to then charge, shoot. It was the gunner. He charged, he shot, and then he dashed out to get back into cover. And I was like, no, like my brain was like, oh, god damn it, dude. And historically, I would always be like, oh, well, let me just be like, all right, this is an error. Like I have a whole page thing set up. So if there's an error, I can like overlay and be like, let me tell you guys about this error. But for that, I really, since this is kind of like the first time back, I really wanted to just be like, we can go again. We can just get in it. We can do it all again. It'll be faster, since we know the rules a little bit better for the teams and everything. Like we can work on the interactions. Who out there is planning on trying to play Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, spoiler free? Because recently I saw the ending that made me think of something, but I kind of don't want to talk about it. If you guys are like, no. Well, like, how familiar are you with the indie universe? Like, are you familiar with the idea that paranormal is part of it, just in an extremely small scale usually, but then like it becomes huge usually at the end of every movie? There's a person on the podcast that I'm part of who was talking about the ending and to us, and he was talking about how like, oh, it was so incredible, it was so surprising, it was massive. Yeah, the end of the Grail at the end, the arc at the end of Raiders. Like, it always goes from like, I mean, it's something, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, this is very paranormal. Which I kind of like. It's a format in writing that I kind of enjoy. To take something from stable and realistic to, oh my god, what the hell's happening? What's happening? So this game has that in it. So like I could say what's happening, but also I realize you say you're gonna forget it. But this is one of those situations where there's a high chance you're gonna remember because it is kind of offbeat and crazy. But this person who said like how awesome it was, they're very open about not watching or caring about anime. Sure, whatever. But there was an anime I watched that did the exact same thing. And in my opinion, it was way better. Just a thought I have floating around in my head. I mean, no one else is saying anything, so I'm just gonna go in swinging. Spoilers. You were warned. So the ending is they find the Ark, like Noah's Ark. And the trick with it is it has the ability to go wherever the hell it wants. Like, that's kind of the whole story. You sort of just stand on it, you say a bunch of words, you put a bunch of keys into the helm, and then you can teleport the Ark anywhere you want. And I know he was like, oh, that was the craziest reveal. So I watched a long time ago, and they sort of brought it back with a Netflix series. It was called Spriggan, and it was the exact same thing. Where it was like the reveal was that Noah's Ark was this like whole other thing that was kind of crazy. And so the Indiana Jones one was it can teleport places, and they show it teleporting somewhere. That was like the big moment, is being like, oh, it can teleport. That's kind of crazy. In the Spriggan universe, Noah's Ark is an alien spaceship. And the whole purpose of it is to manipulate genetics to create life. Noah's Ark was the foundation of all life on Earth. It was basically ancient aliens. Spriggan was a very violent anime movie, so it never really made it to like Cartoon Network or Toonami. They did redo the series though on Netflix. They have that episode in. It's much shorter than the movie, but it's pretty much the exact same thing that occurred. Pretty cool revelation, in my opinion. So yeah, he was talking to me about how cool that was in that game, and I was like, sucks that you hate anime, man. You'd be experiencing a much better version of that exact same story. Wondering, I am pre-silvering components that I want to turn into gems. Because I use gemstone paint from the Citadel line. Which is basically just pre-tinted Ard coat. And if you do silver underneath, I mean, it's just like the concept between 40k lore and 40k culture situations. There's anime meant for people who don't really want to get too deep with anime. There's your shonens and stuff. Yeah, people like it, which is why it's so good. It's why I love the medium. There's enough to go around, is kind of how I put it. Like, Bleach can coexist with other things. The only problem is when studios start getting a little greedy. Well, I'd say greedy. Honestly, they realize they need money, and they realize putting a metric ton of effort into like really cool stories and animations and stuff doesn't always guarantee that. Oh. It's very simple. It does work for Eldari. I need to get this painted because I It's very simple. You just silver, and then they sell Games Workshop sells 3 different gemstone colors. You can use those if you want, or you can just buy Ard Coat and tint it yourself with another color. Very basic. I'll show you on the giant gem once I get most of the silver done. Use a silver or a platinum undercolor because it's just like doing contrast over metallic. The whole purpose is that the light that passes through it and then hits the gem gets reflected back out of it, causing some pretty fun visual effects. But yeah, they sell 3 pre-tinted gemstone colors: Waystone, Spirit Stone, and Soulstone. I do this for all my gemstones. I did this when I painted my buddy's Custodes. Any of my 1,000 Sun Sorcerers and their gemstones. This is how I do it. Trick is remembering where all these are that use silver. Yep. Alright. Let's grab my gemstone colors. The green one's going to be super important, although maybe I'll use it on the staff in particular. For the most part, I think I want to use the red one. It is super gooey. The application of it is a little weird. Because you have to think of it like a candy shell. Plopping it down. Filling out some area with it, almost like filling up the recesses. Kind of how you want to do it. My parakeet. Gemstoning. Oh, so much focus. I'm just gemstoning. back. Been sitting for too long. Jesus. Meep Meep. It's a name I haven't heard in decades. That's how it feels like with how long I've been painting today. Jesus. the final touch. No, YouTube. Oh, I don't know what that is. Sure I didn't let any slide for no reason. think I have an idea on what we can do for the warp blend on its wings. A little out there. I want to test it on the little square we worked on before. Does involve a sponge. Involves a speed paint I need to find. Caribbean blue. Goal here. Don't know if this is gonna work. Goal though. So take this silver onto this sponge. Go around the border with it. See if this works. I might need to do like a blend between the sponge texture and actually physically bordering with silver. Still not good enough. of the blues that I have, or any that are way too dry now. What's up, PhD bot? Bird's coming along pretty well. I think he's looking pretty good. Oh yeah, he's very close to done. We're just doing the warp effect on the wings. I've kind of settled on a sort of flat approach to the warp effect. I was sort of hoping to get like a foil effect going, but it just didn't work. Above my pay grade. I feel like maybe if I had a like silver leaf or something, get some blue and silver leaf down, you could just do like a silver leaf thing on the edge, but gotta make do with what we got. So doing a light blue to an even lighter blue. Pretty basic. This is done. I got a couple things. I need to flick some, I want to say white paint is what we'll use near the outer edges of these wings. We need to hit all these little weird tassel-y things on his wings with gold. I think this one's going to be gold, whereas the others are usually energy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're so close. I was feeling it. The main character from the Xeno games. He always over and over and over and over and over again. What is he doing? tune of every single Cowboy Bebop song. Works. A little bit of moisture, a little bit of white. This white does not want to come off. Oh, let's try the Liquitex. What are we at? 7-hour stream today so far. Woot. Work. Alright, now we gotta do get the gold down. The wing components. I can't touch the wings now because there's white ink on it. It'll smear. Oh. gonna do the basing off stream. It is going to involve mica powder though. Once the basing stuff is done and contrast painted to Argos Dunes with the highlighting. I'm going to hit it with mica pink around the feet and mica chartreuse around the brimstones. Next thing you should expect from the channel is a battle report. Corsairs versus Harlequins. After that, I imagine I'll start working on another team overview video. I'll try to get another battle report recorded and in the pipe, but I might have to hold off, because the expectation of a data slate is in January. And if it happens early, I'm going to have a whole ass battle report recorded, and it might not even matter. I do really want to get this battle report out now, though, because then at least it's like, hey, you got something to watch. And if the data slate comes out in a couple weeks, it's not that big of a deal. Always a bad feeling when you drop a battle report right after a data slate comes out. Like, there's a chance that if the data slate drops the day I'm done editing for this thing, that I'll just scrap the idea. There's a chance. Might just re-record a forwarding point to it where I say that the data slate came out after. think I might grab a highlighting gold. Not the Vallejo one either. Army Painter Bright, maybe. Music. So what you're looking at, I'll hold it in a better way for you guys soon. But what you're looking at is 8 hours almost. 7.5 hours of work. Just get this last bit of gold. Yeah. Still have the basing to do, and we still have the mica powder to apply. I'll be doing that off stream. That being said, I did used to own 2 parakeets. There's a female who was green, so Susie, and a male who was blue, so Pete. So Pete and Susie. Working in cahoots to steal the universe's lunch money. Thanks for hanging out to anyone that did. This was a 7-hour stream. Happy holidays. Oh. I really should just bring this pole down further when I do this. That way you guys can see like a more frontal shot. So yeah, that's probably it for streaming for a while. I gotta get focusing on the videos. I gotta get this battle report done. Like I said, I gotta get another how-to video out. Could be good though. But my all Tzeentch Demons detachment is complete. I'm gonna post some pictures of where they are right now on the Discord soon, and then I'll post again once the basing is done over here. Yeah, till next time, guys. Later.